Hello, everybody. Welcome to yet another episode of Galavants through Rashiva.
Holy hamster burgers, Batman.
Or perhaps we should call it late advance through Rashiva.
Yeah. Yeah.
We are now officially an hour late. Or
Yeah.
we will be in the next couple of seconds.
It be like that.
I'd say it's my fault, but I was only half of the problem.
The rest is we got talking about swords.
Yeah.
Autism happened.
Big swords, little swords, penis analogies, you name it.
No, you were the only one who made that last one. No one else participated in that one.
That's fair.
Look, all we really need to know is that Russia is accepting and loving of all sizes of blade.
If not the if not the size of the sword, is how you wield it.
Oh my god. Okay. Wonderful start, everybody.
Nobody said that this stream is for mature audiences.
Yeah.
Nobody ever said the content was mature.
If
Oh shit! Oh wait, this is for mature audiences. Oh shit!
As Val used to say, if you're under 18, get the fuck out.
This stream is not for children or adults who don't act like children.
What? What?
What are you doing, man?
I hope you're enjoying that monetization, Mark.
Okay.
I rolled max on new hit points. Woo!
Alright. So, the events of last session had been something absolutely monumentous. And today I will designate Mara for our recap.
Oh boy. All right. Okay. So following the session before, everyone had gathered to meet with our old friend Gideon, who was now a god. God of what? Fuck all yet. He
Real.
he took Mara aside and reminded her of a certain rule that Calvin placed on our little group here, unofficially called the Galavants, where if we were separated, he'd fucking burn down Mara's village. And so, because Gideon became a god, he technically separated from the group, and thus, orbital space laser, the whole town's gone, Mara is now in a catatonic state, and as if things couldn't get worse, Val decided to fuck off. So, things are just going great for her today.
Val is dead to us from now on. She'll never be mentioned again.
I wish that was real.
But yeah, and now everyone has been promptly kicked straight out of the Dwarven holds. So, Mara's being taken care of while she is in her state. Barrack is still there, but everyone else has been very politely shown the door.
Very nice door.
Ugh.
Mm-hmm. The plan has been to wake their revived princess from her induced slumber of safety that she might be brought home in order to rule over her people justly, now that their period of utter peace, free from murder, has been secured. And after that, to then go wherever it is you will. So, would anyone like to take over the summary of making that dear event happen?
Gavin had just dropped a letter off for to be delivered to Val to I can never remember his name, the head guy on the council,
Alphonse von Notland.
Alphonse, and told him, hey, vote of no confidence in Val. You're better for king right now. We'll work things out later, but acting king, go. Basically.
Uh-huh.
And then with Gideon and I believe Lisa was with us in tow, going over to Gavin and Kitty's house to wake up the princess and for Gideon to do his thing.
Okay.
Which I guess I'll open that up with knocking on the door.
All right. Knocking on the door, indeed. We'll have your good wife answer, and she'll absolutely ecstatically greet you. Very glad that you are well and that you are whole. Of course, ushering you in. Gloria, you see, is in somewhat better spirits than the last time you had seen her, where she had somewhat coldly brushed off the subject of speaking about her vanished and disappeared husband. Kitty, take you, Gavin, to tend to the matters of the princess.
And I'll gesture to Gideon for Gloria to see. he can have that moment now.
Indeed. Yep, they're done.
How do you make yourself known, Gideon?
Uh, hmm. They simply sort of steps through the door and simply sort of braces himself to get smacked, to get hit for something. Doesn't know what to expect from Gloria, but he expects something. So he's simply gonna brace himself.
So, at first she looks in disbelief at seeing you there. She looks in disbelief. She looks like she can't even accept it. Once she does seem to grasp that it is in fact truly you, she walks up, she aggressively takes hold of both your hands, and she just looks into your eyes and she asks, "Why?"
Gideon, doesn't quite hold his head the same. He wants to. He almost does, but he decides instead that it would be far better to simply match her gaze and stare back into his wife's eyes. I sort of clears his throat, trying to get the sort of shakiness of his voice out. A moment of weakness, a moment of idiocy, a moment of being a failure to not just my goddess, but to my vows, to you, to the party, to myself. I bigger mistake has never been made.
She seems to grapple with that for a moment. Before she reaches up, she takes hold of your chin. She pulls you in, and she gives you a very aggressive, almost an angry, but definitely a passionate kiss. Before she pulls back, just says, "You if you're gonna do something that stupid, then at least tell me. I ask for help or something, Gideon."
Yeah, yeah, I really should have. Like I said, bigger mistake has never been made.
But I know you. You've got worse news.
Yeah, yeah, I do. And he's going to very simply reveal that sort of divine spark, have it sort of pop up from beneath his hand and hover over Gloria's. I have beseeched the highest god of the land. I have beseeched Father Light itself to grant me a small mercy, to ensure that you will continue to live with, that you could live on without my presence here in the material plane. And he has granted my request. In part, he's allowing me to grant you the tiniest sliver of my divinity, the itchiest, bitchiest spark, so I may be always with you, thus enough to keep you insane indefinitely. And once I do, my duty here is done, and I will be made to depart back to the outer planes.
She takes hold of this light, and she seems to turn it over in her hands, to contemplate it, to inspect it, to really understand it to the best of what she can. She looks up at you. This is hardly what I had hoped for.
You and me both. This is the greatest mercy the gods can afford. It will be a mercy I gracefully accept. I'll try to accept.
She just reaches out and she takes hold of you. She takes hold of you in her arms. Her tail wraps around one of your legs. Her wings close around you. And she's just very slightly sobbing into your chest.
Gideon simply wraps his wings around her in return and hold her close.
Between her tears, she looks up as she hears you start to speak. Yeah, you go first. What I've got to say, it's a little gut wrenchy maybe, but I'm trying to be cute.
You don't have to try, Gloria. You don't have to try. Right. I'm so sorry for every act of stupidity, every sign I missed, every. So sorry.
You absolutely big, stupid, rock-headed, funny scales-looking man. You, I still love you. Just think with that head of yours that you've got. Okay, you make sure that you use that at least once in a while, okay?
Yeah. Yeah.
I do still love you. I wish the best for you. And I'll raise our child as best I can.
Yeah. 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 Have you decided on a name?
I guess not. I was, I was maybe dealing with my my bricks for brains husband and having disappeared on me.
You sound like a real asshole, you know?
I mean, hey, you're the you're the idiot that thought it was a good idea to toss some drug flowers in an open fire, huh?
Yeah. What idiot does that?
And she looks into your eyes with a very sad, sad love.
I I only hope that eventually you will eventually come to this one way or another. If it takes eternity.
I, okay, look, stop being a melodramatic man and just be mushy and just kiss me already.
Okay. And then simply lean down and kiss her deeply. Kiss her like, well, trying to make up for all things that he won't be able to do afterwards.
And you're granted this moment. That rekindling of that warmth of love that, although strange and suddenly it came, it was still true. As she is holding the kiss, you are aware that she has taken hold of that light, and you feel that little flicker of a flame, like a candle now lit in front of you. She has taken upon herself that divinity, that she and your child, the child you two share together, will be able to live on. And as she holds this kiss with you, you can feel the very fibers of your being tugged back towards the heavenly realms.
Goodbye, my love. Know that I'll be with you for eternity now.
I'll really miss you.
Yeah, make make sure they aren't gods. Make sure the child doesn't inherit all my stupidity.
I'll do my best.
Be watching over you. Bye.
And it is at this point that this mortal world fades around you. There's a sense of motion. And then you are in the somewhat formless space. The very own deific realm which came into life when you made your ascension. Your home, as it were.
yeah, through calling it a home might be a bit exaggeration at this point. Yeah. Gideon simply closes his eyes for the moment and lingers on the feeling.
Mhm.
Uh,
All right.
sorry. Yeah, sorry. Oh,
All good.
sorry.
All good.
Yeah. Sorry.
All good, friend. Nah, you all right. You all right. Alrighty. You wanna hand it off here, or?
Yeah. I think we should probably hand it off.
Gotcha. All right, Gavin boy.
Give me a second. Chewing.
What was that?
He said he's chewing.
Oh, okay.
Burger.
Chomp.
Orgar.
Big burger.
Always good.
Burger. Triple patty burger. Forgot the extra cheese, but it's still tasty.
Unacceptable. We're going to raid the place now.
Well, shit. And I already had to be extra late because it was wrong when I first got it. They got my order wrong. Oh well, my grandpa got an extra burger. It'll probably last him like 2 or 3 meals. He usually gets a single. So, Gavin will be going into the room that we kept the princess in.
Okay, say again? I didn't quite catch that last bit.
Oh goodness, give me a moment.
It
Buh.
wasn't that. It was more like it was just said too quietly.
Oh, well, I was speaking in the direction opposite my mic. I apologize. I'm going into the room that we were keeping our safely tucked away and invisible princess.
Indeed. You enter in, and you find that she is where you had last left her, or at least you are, being as you are the spellcaster. It seems reasonable enough to me that you might have the best idea as to where you had last set her, and a good feeling that she's still present there.
And I'll say a quick word, make a gesture, and dispel the spell as per its own terms.
Alrighty.
She should be visible, and she should awaken. my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god!
She kind of yawns. She kind of sits up, flexes and stretches, and then kind of blinks. Suddenly shivers like, ooh, ooh, heavy, emotional air. Oh, what a good nap, though.
I'll hand her a blanket.
Hand her a what?
A blanket.
No, that was more like a wake up after and do a good stretch kind of a shiver, not a cold.
Oh. Eh. I wouldn't call it a nap. You've been asleep for a few days.
Yeah, I'll call that a good nap, she says with an amused smile.
Kevin smirks at that too. Well, I don't like being brief, but we're in a slight time crunch. Do you want anything to eat before you go?
No, I think I would like to return home. Not to say as your home hasn't been comfortable, and I think your wife has been reading things to me. I seem to have this vague idea that she must have been reading recipe books.
Gavin looks over to Kitty.
She just clasps her hands behind her back and looks off to the side. It's like, what? I need somebody to bounce ideas off of. I keep trying to write a cookbook, but I can't ever think of how to put it together.
Gavin, still smirking, kind of raises an eyebrow. No. It's not that, though. May have some time with me here soon. I'm definitely in need of a rest. Just, curious that she was able to hear or remember any of that. I didn't realize that was... How clear is it, Princess? How clear do you remember things while you were sleeping?
Mostly I remember that I think rice really is all I remember. And rambling.
Rice?
Maybe it had to do with both. That's it.
Vague memory recall. That's quite interesting. I've never done the spell before. I just knew that I could do it. This will be interesting for research purposes. Thank you. But, before we go, I do want to ask, what is your plan for dealing with the issue of the king publicly? Of the Hammer Lord, your father?
Well, I believe he shall be put on trial. The whole of the Dwarven kingdoms answered to his name. He should, in turn, answer to their names. I'll gather all of the other forges, and we'll see to his proper sentencing. After that, I think it is to gather the high families And from then on, discuss what ought to be done.
All right. I don't know if you can say or do anything on this part, but the general public, at the very least, seems to be very much in an antagonistic mood towards myself and the rest of our party here. We've been banned from the city, so us taking you back through a teleportation circle will then see us escorted out of the city. I personally don't care what you say or do for our public relations or public reputations, but especially because I know at the very least between us and the Rune Shapers, we know what happened. We know everything. The public just doesn't seem to know or understand anything, so we're the scapegoats.
I'll work on that in time, though you likely won't see the fruits of it until much later.
I just don't want it to affect diplomatic relations between our two nations. Considering this was supposed to be a diplomatic mission in the first place.
I do think, overall, it will result well. Yet, like I say, it will take time. But I'll make sure that people do understand the true truth of what happened. And as well, your role in helping for the good of the entirety of the kingdoms.
Gavin smiles quite genuinely. Well, I'm very glad for that. I know more than a few people who would just cover things up, wrap it all up and leave it in a bow somewhere to forget it. It's a terrible thing to do. Hiding the truth. I thank you. I really do. And
Of
truth will take
course.
time, but truth is the best thing.
And I think sooner rather than later is a good time to start. So, as long as
Indeed.
you don't mind, I would like to head home.
Very much
I
so.
think spending time dead and then spending time unconscious has given me more than enough rest.
I know how you feel, believe it or not. Though at the moment, I could do with some rest. Myself. It's been a long week. Well, I think you'll be a fine ruler. A very fine ruler. But pleasantries aside, let us be on our way. I'll help her up out of the bed and go over to Kitty. I think I'll be back in a few hours, a day, maybe. Something like that.
I expect I will see you soon. Boop on the nose.
And Gavin leads the way with the princess and Lisa in tow back to the teleportation circle to go back to Rune Shaper House.
All right.
Suddenly, buildings start exploding. No!
No, you reappear and you see that Zerzan has actually started a drug trafficking ring. Lisa has turned into the pimpinest pimp and has started her own slave trade because she just thought that was cool.
What, again?
What, you think Lisa already isn't the pimpiest pimp?
Not in this life.
Not with
Why
that
you
kind of
getting hosed? I studied the blade.
Yes, I've studied this blade, and 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 this blade.
Lisa taking out like every weapon in her backpack and like this sword, this hatchet, this javelin, this one, this one, this one, this one, this one.
Oh, I forgot I had this one in here.
Lisa has one brain cell and it's sword shaped.
Oh, and
What
then
if
there's
some-
this, and then there's this spear. His name's Greg.
And I have this battery. What? This battery.
No, grab her!
Gideon told me I should throw this at things.
The god in my head told me this was yummy.
Cue the yes song for the, be right back.
All right. So, going through the circle. What's going on,
Hey,
Mr.
Lana.
DM? Oh,
Well,
Can you answer the question I asked in private real quick? Just so I know. Sorry.
okay, hold on. Yeah, you can go ahead and post that in general for everybody to learn.
I'm gonna send it to them in private. That's fine.
I mean, really, either or. It don't matter so much
Yeah.
to me as long as everybody gets it in the end.
Yep. And this will be given to you all shortly.
All right. As for the state of the city, repairs have begun in full swing. Like most of it had already started, yet now it's absolutely full rolling. You can see that there have been more cranes built, more support structures. They're working on actually loading up new brickwork, like they've got pulley operated elevators. They have everything running full force. They've got the men working there. They've got the women working there. They've even set up little stations for kids to do their own little paintings to be able to help out with the effort. Everybody is pitching in, and it seems that rather thankfully this wholehearted focus onto this work means that you guys don't really get paid much attention to. Everybody is so dedicated. It's rather amusing. It seems as though the rebuilding of their fair city has been turned into one giant family activity. The princess, of course, does wave as she passes by people, and would have gone along actually.
Zerzin's not even back yet.
Okay, so then this is probably just Gavin and the princess at this point.
Elisa coming with, probably. She needs to get her boy back.
Did Zerzin go through the teleportation with us, or is Zerzin?
But Zerzin was
Oh,
in
right.
the,
No. Zerzin is over in the right.
Rocks.
Collecting shiny things.
Zerzin looting the nuclear fallout. Just like collecting like remains from like the dust and stuff.
Ah, yes. Hold on, fellas. Plot might be important, but nuclear silica is more important.
Magic items can't be destroyed. There might be stuff in the ashes.
While we're walking, Gavin's actually gonna take a piece of parchment paper. I don't know what we're using. Something to write on, and draw the shape of a teleportation circle that he has not yet done. Because each one is unique. And he's going to hand that to the Hammer Lord. If you need to contact us directly, I'm going to be setting up this circle in a day or two. Just come through or send a messenger through whenever.
You are giving that to the Hammer Lord, yes?
Sorry, not Rune. Lord Runeshaper. Sorry.
Ah,
Brain.
okay.
Boom. Dead. Gone. Ah.
He will look at it, a little puzzle, but will nod, take it. I will keep this indeed. I will keep this indeed, for if ever I may need it. Thank you.
My pleasure. So we're presently being escorted out of the city, right?
After you have been taken to the after you've been taken to the palace to basically deliver the princess.
Ah, yeah.
She does at least provide you with, some basic things. Like she provides you with effectively a royal writ of passage that you may charter a ship in order to return back home or to wherever a destination you might have in mind.
Hmm.
After which point you are returned to the Runeshaper home so that you may gather the entirety of your party.
Lisa grabbing Mara and just lifting her up by like the scruff of her neck with one hand. Come on, we're having soft tacos. Lisa is more or less hopping by to check on how Mara's doing and checking up on how the boy is doing. Not to collect the arm.
Can't go home without your arm.
Yeah.
Has the retrieval message from Zerzan come through as of yet?
I think that'll depend on the resident Zers and whether or not she is actually done collecting.
She was done, but it was a matter of how long has it been, how long we've been doing things until she's done, basically.
I imagine at this point it would have been a, hey, I've concluded my business here, but like, do what you gotta do. Just bring me back whenever you're not doing something else. So like, at your earliest convenience, she's good to just chill out there for a little while if she has to.
Study her
What?
newly acquired nuclear silica.
Yeah,
Wow. Wow, I can really taste the radiation. That is extra I see.
it's pulling at my DNA.
I hope I had enough iodine today. Is Mara attuned to her teleportation staff? Is that an attunement thing?
Do you try to touch it?
I'm going to analyze it. Let's see. What?
Well, I'm gonna tell you, if you do attempt to touch it, you will be taking 1d4 of fire damage.
Spicy staff.
Touching, no. Casting identify to determine the stuff about it, yes.
Isn't that a touch spell?
I'm not gonna touch it. I'm just gonna
Good.
touch it.
Well, shit. You said fire damage?
Yup.
Cool. Roll that damage for the brief thing, and I cast identify.
Alrighty. That will be unless my
500
gets
fire
caught there.
damage.
One tiny little triangle. Boop. Okay, cool. You took 1 fire damage.
Oh, my resistance doesn't even do anything on that. It's
Nope.
minimum 1
you do
damage.
still take the 1 fire damage from this. It's not much, but you do actively feel, possibly for the first time in your life, what actually getting burnt is.
Gavin has an existential crisis.
Oh, that's weird. Oh. But with identify, I should know pretty much all the properties of this thing. Bull. You learn its properties and how to use them, whether it requires attunement to use, and how many charges it has, if any. You learn whether any spells are affecting the item and what they are. If the item was created by a spell, you learn which spell created it.
I should note there is optional rules to make it so identify magic isn't all encompassing, if I remember correctly. But that's an optional thing.
I was
I think it makes it like an arcane rule.
That even when identify would normally provide all of those functions, what you do learn is that it is attuned to Mara, you do learn that it has a number of charges, which I admit I have not been keeping track of too thoroughly. So, Mara, do you happen to remember the charges remaining?
Hi, I've been keeping track of it on my character sheet. It's at 0 right now.
Excellent. You'll learn that
Battery's dead.
sucker's dead in terms of charges.
Plug it
In
in.
However,
terms of charges, we're out of charges.
precisely. As to any of the rest of that, you are told in a language that is entirely unintelligible to you.
Weird.
You touch it, you hear the screams of the damned.
Which is an actual function of the staff. Mara. I remember the psychic damage you gave us.
Well, that's odd.
I will tell you one thing, that your previous experience does inform you, just on a basic level, is that whatever was the manner of this staff's creation, it is not naturally of Rashivan origin.
Mm. Curious. Well, that's gonna put getting Zerzan back a little bit.
Alright. Were you calling for Zerzan back, basically, or?
I was trying to see if we could still use the staff today to go to Zerzan, and then I could just teleport her back. Because I can cast teleport, but I can do that once per day. That's a one-way trip.
Of course, you run into this problem after Gideon, the person who can open portals and make teleportation except with the singers, it has done back to heaven.
Does it regain the charges at dawn or after a long rest, or?
Given that its manner of making portals does not operate under any normal limitation, it only regains them once per week. However, I will remind Mara of an item which she does possess, and that is the wizard whom gave you the whistle, I believe.
Indeed.
Might be able to lend some assistance. At least
Except
as an
she's
offering of an
catatonic.
option.
The only person in the party right now who would know about it. No, nobody in the party would know about that.
The only
Not
person
even
in the
Mara?
party would. The only person
Oh,
who
well.
would know can't speak.
Yeah.
No.
I meant like nobody like. Yeah.
Um. Did
Well.
our ship with what's his name, Captain Astrolabe? Did that ship already leave port or something?
You haven't been told that it has left, given that is like your assigned ship. You're basically given any proper knowledge as to like where it's going.
Mm. All right.
Didn't occur to me that suddenly rescuing Zerzan from the laser crater would become a party goal.
Laser Crater would make a good name for an EDM song. Sorry, I just had to mention that.
Oh, hold on. No, that wouldn't be a good name for just a song. That'd be a good name for a band. Or like
Yeah.
a group, you know?
It's very true. I'm imagining Zerzan just like sitting on the floor like a kid, just like twiddling her thumbs in her lap. Anyone?
Someone help! Is anyone out there? Dark.
So someone walks up to her. Are you lost, little child? Fuck off! I'm 20. Help!
It's like crying like a child. Someone calls her a kid, and she's immediately just like, "Hey, I'm an adult."
I mean, also I should remind you, you're in the house of the foremost knowledge holders. You can probably ask one of them to cast teleport for you.
Well, fair enough. I'm gonna do that. Except I'm chewing again. Don't worry, last
You
bite.
should have him decline just to be funny.
No.
You know, you can always ask
Nah.
this guy to do this. Okay, I will. He declines.
Roll persuasion. That one.
I mean,
Somehow,
that'd still be
you
a
have
10.
managed to roll a negative 20.
Oh no.
He instantly shoots you with a crossbow.
But yeah, Gavin's going to ask one of the knowledge holders for a teleport quickly. He'll describe the place that he's going to.
Okay. Zers,
Yes.
you see a portal handily snap open, not unlike how the sling rings function in Doctor Strange. And a dutiful rune shaper looking quite pleased with herself at the very stably performed portal. Dang. Told you not to lick the radioactive ones.
The skeleton.
Crunchy.
She, when the portal opens, she has like the Colossus sort of in its I guess, inactive state where the like limbs and legs are kind of like scrunched up a little, and she's like sitting on the ground, leaning back against it. And in one hand she's holding like one of those rocks. In her lap she kind of has her notebook laying there, and she's like writing stuff down. She like looks up at the portal as it opens, and she smiles, and she's like, well, took you long enough. She starts to pack everything away and hop in the Colossus and get it started all up again.
One of the rune shapers just cast Gate. 9th level spell, just burn.
Casually, as one does.
Joke's on us, all of the rune shapers in the main household are level 20.
Seven people simultaneously casting Meteor Storm.
Oh no! The city's you thought it was bad before. The city's gone now.
You weren't protecting the rune sapers from Didion. You were protecting Didion from the rune sapers.
Yeah, real.
I still remember when about 80 rune shapers cast calm emotions on me simultaneously. I was very calm after that.
High as a kite.
All right. So
Hi, Rusty. Aw, baby.
you
How's
got
you doing?
free reign to hop back through, and then yeah, you guys are kicked out. Politely, of course.
If anyone comes down here, you shoot them. Shoot them politely.
But you are given an actual escort. Did you have anything, Lisa?
Yeah, I imagine, Lisa. This escort is for everyone, right? I'm assuming like the entire party. In that case, I imagine if Mara is still in that catatonic state, then Lisa is, in fact, like straight up, like holding her over one shoulder, like just pulling her up.
Yep. Behind you, Lisa, is dutifully following your freshly bought boy. Who is like in somewhat concerned fashion, but he is holding the arm that has been wrapped in canvas so as to not be immediately visible that it's just an arm.
Oh, wasn't it in an ice box?
Yeah, we had it in like some sort of arcane icebox or something.
Oh yeah, because you had one of the rune. Okay, so then yes, he is holding it in this fancy box.
Nah, the one who was helping study it, whatever, is just keeping it for further research.
She's now taking this
drow arm
with her.
Drow arm. Finally, this will complete my collection
of arms that I have.
A fine addition to my collection.
Well, he is carrying it along dutifully. He looks perplexed, but he looks to be happier than he possibly has ever been.
I will say that at the prospect of being escorted out, though she doesn't say anything, Zerzan very openly looks very angry.
That is very understandable. Though, as you guys do reach the port town, which is functionally outside the actual jurisdiction of the Hammerlord, and while you are technically in the Dwarven country still. You're free to act here as you may please. You guys are left with a bundle in which is for each of you a certain stipend of gold or an other coinage to give you the ability to survive for yourselves while you're out here. For Zers, you find that curated by the captain of the guard is a series of much more finely made tools, and of course very new as compared to your own, for your efforts done. Gavin, you've been given a very finely made magnifying glass. Like, you can find no blemish in its lens, made by a very professional glassblower. Lisa, you find for yourself a very finely put together set of polishes, scrubs, various brushes, both of wire and of cloth variety, all the necessities to care for armor and weapons and make them shine like new for years to come.
Hell yeah.
Mara, you find that there is a finely produced outfit of good cloths for you that seems to be rugged with all manner of pockets. You also find in it a set of little pouches that you can actually affix to your tail, and just good rugged gear to replace what's been roughed around. In it, there is a note that reads, "While it is that I must escort you from our hold, I do recognize the good that you have done for us. Even if it is I must play politics to appear well in the eyes of the people, I still wished to give you at least this parting thought. My thanks for putting your lives on the line, for taking hold of the Hammerlord and dealing with the great creature, which otherwise would surely have spelled our end. Hopefully, we will be able to smooth out your record and might be able to more properly offer you the hospitality and joys of our country, without crisis to mow you. Till then, take good care, and may the Lord Librarian carry knowledge your way."
Here in the port town. Is Mara awake yet? I assume it's been a couple of days at least now, because of the travel time to the port town.
Has it been?
It took a few days or a week to get here from the port town in the first place.
Lana?
Mr. DM.
Pardons. Yes, it had taken a couple of days, I think 3, to
Okay.
reach the actual kingdom and the Runeshaper home from this same port town.
Alright. Then, yeah, Mara would have woken up by the next morning, immediately, after they left.
That mean we have a long rest now?
Yes.
Yes.
Epic sauce.
On the way in the carriage ride, Gavin's actually gonna go to Zerzan. You seem quite perturbed.
Yes. Yes, I am. I'm very upset. I had business yet to attend to in there. The laboratory that the Hammer Lord had still had many things in it, much for me to learn. There was a lot of technology in there I didn't recognize, a lot of stuff I could have learned. Probably could have invented more things. We could have done a lot with by studying what was in there. Not only that, I had learned some names which I was wanting to investigate, and now I will not have the chance to do that. So I feel like I am closing the book on a chapter that has yet to be fully written.
Gavin nods. I think we will be able to revisit that chapter sometime. Maybe not the laboratory, but the people that you intended to speak to or investigate. Politics are politics, but the princess and Lord Runeshaper are both very much on our side, so this banishment should blow over in some time. I can't guarantee how long. But on the matter of technology to study, much of it was unfamiliar, but the shape and the parts used
Shape
were
and the
very
parts
similar.
used.
From what I saw, they were very similar in source or technology to that weapon I gave you.
Yes, that's technology I've seen before quite frequently, actually. That is stuff I've studied.
Well, in a couple of days, we'll reach the port town, and from there, on the ship, I have a teleportation circle. I'll show you something. Something that I'd already promised to show you.
Very well.
In the meantime, what is this sack you have here? What did you gather at the site?
Well, in terms of physical materials, I have acquired these strange stones. I'm not sure exactly, what they are by any means, but they look very interesting. They are a material I have not personally encountered, and I wanted to study them. They seem like they could have some interesting properties. And if they do turn out to be, you know, absolutely useless to me, at least I learned something.
I should very much like to examine them with you. Quite frankly, what happened at the site reminded me of something else I've seen before. Might be a good idea to study, see if there's a comparison to be made.
Oh, we will cross that bridge when we get there, I suppose.
Indeed. And then, I guess the next day or whatever, whenever Mara wakes up, I don't know if anyone else is gonna do this, but is someone gonna poke Mara? I don't want to hog the spotlight.
We, you said we're riding in like a carriage, right?
I assume we are. We did last time.
Lana.
Pardons.
Mr.
I
Mr.
had
Master
said
of
yes,
Dungeon.
and that they would not have made you walk all that way.
All right. Okay. So, so, you would find that Mara is awake uncharacteristically early for her, and rather than her, and though she visibly looks very tired, she's not acting like her typical, like, falling over, barely keeping up, normal, like, tired self. She's just sort of looking out, watching the trees go by, just existing at the moment.
He's locked in.
Existing, surviving, not strictly thriving.
Yeah.
I don't know if anyone else is gonna try and poke or prod at her or have a conversation yet. But Gavin, at the very least, is just going to put a hand on her shoulder at some point.
He screams.
Ah!
Sorry.
Pulls a whistle out of her pocket.
It's just like, one of those, gentle, we're here,
Mara looks at the hand, then at you. Then she looks at you for a moment, and she just looks back. Doesn't seem to be in the mood, so to speak.
Mm. And Gavin will allow her to simmer for the next few days, I guess, then. At least until she says something.
At some point on the ride, actually, once Mara exists, Zerzan will sort of look over at her and be like, "Hey, listen, I'm not going to pressure you to talk right now. I can't even imagine what you're going through. What I will tell you is that when I stayed behind and investigated that area, I learned some information that you might like to know. Whenever you are ready to hear it, whenever your mind is in the right place, I will share it. It's something everyone should probably hear. But I'm just letting you know I discovered more there than some rocks."
Whenever you'd like.
Well, as far as I am concerned, there is never any quite time like the present. So, when I was there investigating, I went towards the epicenter of the freighter. It was a very strange experience. I'm not even 100% sure what happened. All I know is that some crazy magic was involved that allowed me to see this. It is like my mind and my spirit was taken from my body and transported elsewhere, allowing me to see some things. And to my best guess, from what I saw, I was, on the ship that did that. So from what I noticed, the architecture of the inside of this thing, that ship seems to be made out of a very similar material to, and she points at the Weevil, her homunculus. She's like, same kind of stuff that Weevil here is made out of, which is a material that you guys seem to be very familiar with at this point. And it is something I at least know some of myself. Strange, otherworldly metal, strange, otherworldly design. Where I was in this place seemed to be some sort of a control room, if I had any guess. Within the control room, oddly enough, scattered all about the floor were a whole bunch of skeletons of creatures that I do not recognize. They had a tail, they had 4 arms, and their skull had some decorative crest shape on it. I don't know what they were, but that's what the skeletons looked like. I was only there for a certain amount of time. I wasn't able to gather much information. However, what I was able to gather from the consoles, the stuff in the control room, the level of energy that was put through that ship to, was on a level that I don't think anyone has ever heard of by the most powerful methods of magic or technology known to us. More energy than any person could possibly fathom. That energy, through some way, seemed to be linked to the fairies' realm. From those consoles, I couldn't guess how, where, any of that information, just that it had a connection there. I had one of the batteries, one of those cubes that Gavin gave me, and she holds up the one that she had at that crater, which is now completely void of energy. This reacted towards the blast site. I carried it towards the center. I experienced this vision, and when I came back to myself here, in this realm, the energy in this battery was depleted. I experienced some sort of strange feeling. I can't really explain it, but to my knowledge, the energy that I felt at the middle of the blast crater was sort of some remnant of energy of all of the souls that were lost there. To my best guess, they took the power from this cube and they transported me to that ship at the moment of activation. I'm assuming Sui can do something to stop it from happening again. And in that moment, a name was whispered into my ear to search for a man named Zelbeth. And that's what I know. That is what I saw. That is what I experienced. So, through some manner of magic, I was granted this vision. And it certainly seems like it was not something that was supposed to be, just for me to know. And I figured since it obviously destroyed that village, you should be the one to know about it the most. Although this certainly seems like an arrow pointing us in a certain direction. But yeah, that's all I've got. That's all I really know, too, so I don't know if I could really answer many questions. That's all I was able to sort of see and observe and all the information I could retain. She holds up her notebook. She's like, as always, I wrote everything down in here so I didn't forget it. But yeah, I'll stop talking now.
Yeah. Hearing that, Mara will sort of nod. Just given, like, just... Okay. And... She looks away back at the trees, but you can tell from the look on her face that is, she's now thinking about that.
You'll sort of take a step over and just give Mara a gentle pat on the shoulder, but not say anything or go any further. Actually, you know what I just realized? Mr. DM man.
Yeah. Yeah.
Zerzan didn't come here with them.
Yeah.
Would she be rolling beside them on her little horseless carriage, the little steam-powered wagon thing? I just now realized that. I just completely forgot about that.
Literally flexing on the dwarven retinue by
Look at you.
Just
Natalie,
poor
you
people.
we've just got the window rolled down on the carriage. They haven't invented
Right.
cars, but they've invented rolling windows.
Riding around with the boys with the top down.
Maybe throw a few cold ones out there.
yes, you would be.
Okay, well, then I guess I would just pull it alongside closely and just sort of shout that over to everyone then. Let me check my spells real quick.
I don't know about the others, but Gavin certainly heard all of it.
Yeah. Yeah, she would have brought it, like, right up beside, so she wouldn't have had to shout, and everyone likely would have heard. Unless they were choosing to ignore her.
Also, I just, without thinking, I played that video you sent in the Too Cute channel, Lana, not realizing that, hey, stream can hear that, and it's got copyright music in there, so that's gonna be fun.
Oh,
Oops. Oh dear. Everybody enjoy the last episode of Galavants and Rashiva.
Here we are, banned.
you're
Thanks,
canceled.
YouTube.
Next stream will be hardcore proceedings.
Well, guys, looks like we're moving the rumble now because YouTube doesn't want us anymore.
Alrighty. Yeah. What you guys doing with this bombshell that Zerz just dropped?
I don't know about the others, but Gavin is biding his time.
He's doing the big thing.
Alright. Oh, if nothing else, then you guys will absolutely be safely dropped off at this port with your little goodies in hand. Your reward, small though it be, for your efforts, each thoughtful in what they are. And of course, Captain Astrolabe waiting aboard the ship to bear you to wherever you may wish.
This has to be a weird experience for the captain because, like, 3 of the people he brought over here aren't here anymore, and 2 new goobers have showed up.
Yeah, I mean, he looks a little perplexed, but operating as the royal vessel, he's certainly seen his fair share of strange things.
Understandable. Yeah, but has he seen a goblin in a mech suit? I didn't think so.
Very few people have.
It's been a long week. A good rest is absolutely deserved. Needed at this point. I have things to show Zerzan, and Mara, I may need your help with that, at least temporarily. I wanted to show her the warehouses. And since the Guardians there seem to recognize you as their main focus, at the very least, I'll need you along for a moment.
Right. Okay.
But as for rest, sleep, I don't know what you want to do. I don't know what you want to do either. But I'll certainly be flitting back and forth between the warehouse and my wife.
I will be perfectly honest, I have no idea what you're talking about. Look, I will be perfectly honest, I have no idea what these warehouses you're talking about even are.
Well, the less said about them, outside of them, the better. But I can show you those too if you wish.
Well, it's up to you. I was otherwise going to spend my time here training up the boy. World's the cruel one. He needs all the help he can get, while I still have time to give him.
Very well.
Alright, then is that where you guys are heading?
Well, first, at least for me, I'll be guiding Mara and Zerzan to the teleportation circle to take us to the second warehouse. Not the one at the castle, the hidden one. The other hidden one.
Okay.
Lisa will just sort of kneel down in front of the blade again, sort of put a hand on his shoulder. I'll be right back. But duty calls, and I cannot help but be a bit, at least somewhat curious on what warehouses they're referring to. It'll be a very brief visit.
Oh, okay.
See you soon, my lad. See you soon, boy.
Yeah, I won't go anywhere. I'll be right here.
This will simply nod and follow the rest of the group to the teleportation circle.
And I will, since it's all four of us, I'll take all four of us to that place.
All right. You arrive within, and immediately you see Squiggy, who is stood there, seemingly just observing the teleportation circle.
Perhaps you should describe this Squiggy to the Zers.
Well, Zers, you've already had what Weevil looks like described, right?
Yeah, you sent like that one picture or whatever to the chat of the weird spidery looking robot thing.
Yeah. So imagine that, but like really, really big. Oh golly, so like this is difficult because I want to use the cartoon Spider Riders as a reference point because that's exactly the size difference that I'm going for, and yet I know for a fact virtually nobody has ever seen that cartoon.
Only thing I know about it is the theme song, and not even the full thing. Literally just the Spider Riders part.
Ah, such a good cartoon. But
I've never heard of any of that.
It is peak 90s. I'll give you that. With all its ups and its cringes included. Oh dang, beat me to it. I was literally about to send that same image.
Damn, they really do be riding those spiders.
Indeed. Now, for reference, Zers, that character there, he is about your height. So that should give you a very good visual reference of how large Squiggy is, especially in comparison to Zers.
So is it? I'm assuming this thing. Sorry, I was a little distracted there for a second, describing us like entering this area. I'm assuming he's friendly, right?
He looks so at Mara and the rest of the crew. Upon noticing you, however, you do
And Lisa.
observe that. Oh yes, actually, that's a good point. And Lisa also. So, upon identifying two Unknowns. Panels seem to slide effortlessly out of place and disappear. What you can only assume to be weapons platforms deploy from his back. You notice energy charging into them, and you hear a very calm and put together voice ask, Administrator Mara, or rather, Queen Mara, shall these intruders be disintegrated?
They're with me. Don't worry. In fact, I'd like to establish a new hierarchy. Things have changed.
Understood. And just as rapidly and very near instantaneously as these weapons had appeared, they fold back into his body, and it's as if there was no way they could have been there to begin with.
Zerzan grabs Weevil and holds it out to the. Just holds it out in her hands.
Look, I got one too!
Mini me!
Mini me.
Tongue?
Yeah? Is that you?
Ugh. All right. But then Mara nods and she gestures to Zerzan. From now on, consider Zerzan my second in command, followed by gestures to Gavin. Gavin gestures to Lisa. Lisa, and finally Barrick.
Zerzan like blinks. She just looks up to Mara and she's like, "What?"
Understood. Secondary administrative privileges have been registered to the individuals, Zerzan and Lisa, in order of their hierarchy, as you have established, Administrator Mara.
I'm flattered, Mara, but it seems a little odd to make me a second in command in this place that I literally am just seeing for the first time.
I think it's a good idea, actually.
You are good with machines, so I think more than any of us, you could get a lot of use out of this place.
I can be a good assistant, but my hand is not made for mechanical tools. My knowledge is in the much more esoteric. I can help, though.
I'm not quite sure why you put me on the hierarchy. Knowledge is strictly in the tactical.
Well, if all of us happen to perish, then it has to go to someone.
Also,
That's how you get.
Also, I'm not exactly sure, Mara, Squiggy, but if they're not in the hierarchy, they are considered intruders to be disintegrated, yes?
That is how the defensive protocols have been established, being as this facility was previously under lockdown. Any intruders upon sight were to be hunted.
Gavin gestures to Squiggy, looks to Lisa. What he said.
Lisa simply shrugs.
So, Zerzan, Lisa, welcome to this facility. One of 3 that we have found.
3?
Two around here, one on another continent. On my home continent.
Oh. Shall we give them the tour?
Indeed. Squiggy, show us around, please.
Of course. Presently, you stand in what is the primary control room. Although I will ask just a real quick, that was where you had placed the teleportation circle, right? Or had you placed it in a more tertiary chamber?
I thought we'd only discovered 2 places. One by the castle and one on the other continent. I didn't.
Wait. I thought there were 2 by like the Elven city and then the one.
There might have been 2 by the Elven City. I only ever remember interacting with one myself.
Okay, there was one where Gloria went missing, all the way back in like the first couple of sessions.
The one on the other continent.
There was another under. Yes, there was one beneath the kingdom, the Elven capital, if I remember correctly, and I do believe there was a third with vehicles.
Yeah, the one with vehicles is the one that I intended to.
Okay. Yeah.
All right.
And for that one, I don't remember putting the teleportation circle inside the base. Though I may have erased the old one and put one in the base itself. So whatever works.
Fair enough.
All that I know is that inside is where Calvin can't see no matter fucking what.
Oh. So, Lisa.
Yeah?
You feel no deific presence whatsoever.
Won't hear any
Forgot to
complaints from
mention
me.
that bit.
Trying to piece out how Lisa would react to this. Give me 1 second to think.
She just immediately rages and starts destroying everything.
Get me out of here! Get me out! Get me out!
Could Lisa even rage when the entire thing is divinely empowered?
All of her barbarian powers are connected to being connected to Gideon. Oh no! Now she's just normal human.
We just see her physically shrink. She's just shriveled up now.
She's actually only 3 feet tall.
She's been the flat tomboy the whole time, and it's just been deific powers giving her the buff Dami mommy look.
Ugh.
Hmm. Yeah. You sort of watch as Lisa sort of blinks for a moment, sort of frowns a little, and she suddenly looks a bit less healthy. Something about her looks a bit less powerful. Like something has been stripped away from her. Some fundamental part of her is now missing. Lisa sort of raises a hand up in front of her face, sort of carefully inspecting her own hand. She's shaking. She doesn't know why she's shaking, but she's shaking.
Oh my goodness. Lisa, are you alright?
Where are they? Where is he? Where?
Gavin's
Where?
trying to shush her. Calm.
Where's?
It's alright.
Where are the deities?
It's alright. Look at me.
Where?
Look at me.
Where?
Lisa, look at me.
She is. That shaking is a lot worse now. She is actually like sort of starting to hyperventilate a little. Where? Her eyes are sort of darting around. They lock on to Davin for a moment, then they just keep moving around. She is losing her cool in a way that's not like Rage at all.
Look at me. Look at me. Breathe. In. Hold it. Out. In. Hold it. Out. Breathe. This place
So breathe in.
is away from the sight of deities or beings of similar power. Here, the one that stalks us that we fought the other day, who destroyed so much, our enemy, cannot see us here. No other being can see us here. Do you want to leave this place?
I can't be here. I can't be here. I'm nothing. Please, get me out, please.
Gavin looks to Mara and Zerzin. Mara, show her around a bit more. I'll be back. And Gavin will guide her back to the teleportation circle and back to the ship.
The moment she's back on the ship, she drops to her knees and she begins fervently praying. She is seemingly praying to every single deity she knows. You hear a prayer towards Silos, you hear a prayer towards Lyressa, you hear a prayer towards Gideon, towards Father Light. You hear names of deities you barely even know. She is like fervently praying to every single deity under the sun. There is tears rolling down her eyes.
Gavin is just... When she's down on the ground, he's down next to, behind her, just embracing, trying to, shush, hush, it's all right, breathe. Trying to comfort her.
hold on. Lisa sort of begins taking off her armor. She's like almost. You have not seen her out of her, but she is nearly ripping. She sort of strips down to her like normal casual clothes. First time you ever takes, sort of looks around, and you notice now finally that there is actually a tattoo on her shoulder, that of some sort of dragon smiling. In fact, there seems to not just be one tattoo, but two, one mark and one independent tattoo. I'm not sure if Gavin would be aware of this. But that will be up to the end of the press if he realizes what this particular tattoo means or significance. But she is sort of holding her hand over it, filling it up. Seemingly, this is very, very important to her. Her hand is shaking as she makes sure everything is in order.
I don't have religion proficiency, but I could roll religion. I have Arcana extra proficiency, if that helps.
I might actually instead roll back temporarily to Zers and to Mara.
Fair enough.
Just because that was kind of the original direction we were intending to go. So we're gonna roll back over to them for the moment.
Yeah, sorry, I just realized that. Yeah, Lisa would probably freak the fuck out.
Understandable.
Lisa dies immediately.
She's been kept alive purely by like faith. She's dropped dead.
I will note this real quick. When Gavin sees her trying to take the armor off, whatever, he'll usher her to I don't know, crew quarters or someplace,
Yeah.
quiet, whatever, and then he'll help her doff her armor.
We'll get naked in there.
What?
In public, everyone can see you.
I'm a doctor. I've
Harlot.
seen everything. I'm fine. They're not.
All right, but after Squiggy observes Lisa's freak out, he just simply replies, "How curious." Continuing. And we'll lead you along. Mara, you've seen this all before. He takes you through the primary control room. You see all of these crazy consoles and buttons that, I don't know, they probably do things. Beats you necessarily what they do. You know what that one does? That one turns things on and off and lets you be in charge. You're led to the warehouses of the facility where all of its spare technology is. You're shown up and down throughout this space. For Zerzan, your technological mind sees like, that's an operations console. That's an energy management console. That must be for geological operations. That one's some sort of a transfer console. That one over there, that must be for information. This one over here is this thing and this thing. In these crates, whoa, there's so many things in these crates. There's literally a crate that is full of these batteries, which would be unwise to show Gideon. I'm curious. What is Zerzan's reaction to just seeing a crate of these things?
Realizing there's probably like 80 more crates of them. Oh.
I cast catapult. No.
Excellent. You have removed this section of continent from the map, including yourself.
It's a good campaign.
There's a lot more Trinitite here suddenly.
Sorry. I guess basically for the most part, she is going to just be following along, like slack-jawed in awe at everything.
And the tour particularly ends at the warehouse, where you are stood on a catwalk, looking at a storage room. You're standing about 70 feet up in the air on this catwalk that surrounds the entirety of a 1 mile in width and 5 mile long storage space that has shelves that you might begin to try and count, but stop partway through. Like, if you imagine what the interior of a military warehouse looks like, this is that several times over, including larger open spaces where you see different objects covered over in what appear to be tarps, where there's sections that don't have shelves.
Bum bum bum.
Bum, bum, bum.
Susan's brain was cooked by all the technology. The end.
Gavin said he had something to show her.
Sorry about that. I'm gonna need you to repeat some of what you said. I heard something about a catwalk, and that was about it.
Okay, you are standing on a catwalk in a room that is about 150 feet tall. You're standing at a point about 70 feet up, on a catwalk that surrounds the entirety of a 1 mile in width and 5 miles in depth storage warehouse, complete with military warehouse style shelving, spaces where there are not shelves but appear to be maybe vehicles covered by tarps in sections where these shelves are not present, and upon every one of them is more and more of this technology of sorts that are unidentifiable from this distance, but it is this comically massive warehouse within this facility.
Okay. I don't think you ever would have seen someone's eyes grow to such a size. As she just sort of just like stares at everything, and she looks up at Mara. She's like, "You've just been sitting on a facility like this? Like you've just had this?"
None of us really know how to use it all. Hopefully that's where you come in.
That is certainly oof, that is a tall order, if I've ever had one. Goodness, I don't even know how many years it would take me to get through everything that's in here. I mean, I certainly will not turn down the opportunity to learn as much as I can about what's in here, though.
Knock yourself out. Got 2 other facilities, and there's apparently a whole bunch more that aren't currently activated.
Well, I would say that this more then makes up for not being able to investigate the Hammerlord's lab. Feel like there's a lot more here than I could ever hope to find there. So, goodness, I don't even know where to start. Is there a specific object you guys need me to take a look at first?
Someone remind me if there is anything specific that we wanted to look at but couldn't. I have forgotten.
Um,
I remember. Hi. I remember. Hi.
Hi, Koga.
Mara had a sword that she thought was a bomb and did not investigate further.
Sword that she thought was a bomb?
So, I guess, yeah, we could start. Mara will, she will pull out, what appears to be some sort of, like, was it a sword or was it like a staff or something?
It looked like a hilt, and Mara never figured out how to unself it, basically.
Right. Okay. So
It was like a lightsaber.
Yeah, she pulls out what basically looks like the hilt of a sword, and it looks similar to something else I have that let's see. I don't know. She's just gonna hand it to her and be like, what can you figure out about this?
All right. I suppose it is time for some Arcana checks.
First thing you will notice before making any such checks is there is a series of buttons. You see 4 in particular. One stationed at a position where it would be very easy. Actually, 2 of them are precisely opposite each other in easy positions to operate with either the thumb or index finger. And then you see another, which is stationed well out of the way on the bottom. And a third positioned, again, in an out of the way spot, but almost more as like a, you would guess, maybe a safety check. If you want to make any further determination, indeed, you can either just try them out, or you can go ahead and roll.
So the first thing I will, like, if I can do this without needing to roll, because it's pretty, I would imagine a surface level observation, but again, you're the DM. The first thing she is going to look for is, does it have a slot for one of these batteries?
Not on immediate glance.
Interesting. Okay. You know what? Normally, normalizers would be a little more careful about the way she approaches things, but she is just all too excitable, and she sees button and she push button.
Anyone in particular, or just a button?
I will. You mentioned one that sounded like it was designed to be pressed with a thumb. I will vote for that one.
Alrighty. Attempting to press it by itself yields this result. You find that it does not actuate, and as you're kind of fiddling around with it, it does seem as if this button is like locked in place from actuating. And I'm just gonna guess you're gonna try the next button in sequence from there.
Yeah.
So pressing this, the next button in order, which is the one positioned at roughly about heel of the palm height, you find that that one does press down. It doesn't seem to do anything on its own, but it does permit you to actually press it down.
Excellent. I pushy more button.
Okay. Upon depressing this button and then either one of the top two, you witness what appears to be a sword blade manifest.
I
It
knew
does
it.
not seem to be any kind of normal energy. In fact, as far as you can tell, it is just light. You are, however, able to reach out and tap it as if it were a physical object.
Ow,
Yeah.
my hand.
Is it like hot to the touch? Because of heat radiating off of the blade?
It does not feel like any temperature.
Man, the
Lot of-
Aurorum just stole the Forerunner's hard light tech from Halo.
Lana, is this a
Visited the Halo
lightsaber?
ring.
Is this a lightsaber?
Okay. Surzan's eyes like widen, and she just gets this big like devious grin on her face. Like the kind of grin you would expect to see a goblin make upon discovering, potential weaponry.
Oh, I have the perfect thing for this. Hang on. Oh fuck. Of course it's not on Discord. Hang on.
Okay. She will step aside, like away from Mara, obviously, and give it a couple of like cast swings, just to kind of gauge, mostly to gauge like the weight balance of it, because I'm curious to know if this blade has any mass.
Light is a particle, so it would technically have mass, but not anything noticeable.
Yeah, basically that.
This is a
You
lightsaber.
swing it, and all you truly notice is the weight of the hilt which you are carrying.
Interesting. Are there any other buttons to be pressed?
That final one on the bottom.
The entire place explodes.
Self-destruct sequence initiated.
You press the button, and you just start hearing beep, 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 beep.
Yeah, she will just to be safe, I will say she very specifically points the blade in a direction that's not pointed at anything, because I have a sneaking suspicion pressing this button is going to shoot something.
So are you still holding like the top two, the ones where it's like one opposite each other?
Yes.
Upon trying to press that button, you find that there's pressure applied to your fingers, like it's trying to disable those first.
Okay. So she will roll with it, and she will take her hands off of any buttons, and then try to press that last one.
The blade disengages, and then you find it's... You're familiar with triggers that have like different levels of press to them. So first it's very little resistance, and you hit a secondary where it's fairly high resistance. So that it's, it's easy to tell where the button is, but you can't accidentally press it unless you deliberately mean to.
Okay. And once again, she is going to aim the end of it just away from anyone that could get hurt and pull it all the way.
Actuating this, there is a small click, and you hear a sliding of mechanisms, and a compartment opens in the bottom, where you see the glow telltale of one of the batteries.
Is there any way, and I guess this is probably like an Arcana check or something, but is there any way to like tell how much charge these batteries have left just by looking at them?
That will definitely be an Arcana.
Okay. One moment here.
I sent you a quick message, Lana, as well.
Okay, sorry, I've been kind of like half paying attention, half drawing something. Need to finish that. Okay. Core abilities, Arcana. Modified 25.
As opposed to a nat 25.
Well, yeah. Yeah, I have the rare forbidden 25-sided die, didn't you know?
Oddly specific, but neat. You're looking at it, and you could, like, you get the feeling that ballparking it as somewhere less than half-ish, kinda, maybe.
Okay, roughly 50%. Maybe closer to 30. Okay. She is going to put the battery back in and just kind of like put the thing together. She's going to look up at Mara. She's just going to be like, is there just stuff like this everywhere in here?
Pretty much.
You know how you know how like when something happens to someone, like something really shocking, you can kind of like see the 5 state or like the 7 stages of like grief or whatever all go through their face in a brief amount of time. You're basically seeing that happen. A whole bunch of emotions just like rush through her mind on her face, all one right after another, from like confusion to frustration to like happiness.
Exhilaration, fear.
He just eventually composes herself. She's like, okay, I can work. I can work with this. I can figure out, hopefully, most of the things that are in here. And she like hands this sword hilt back to Mara. She's gonna be like, "You saw the buttons I pressed to get this to, do this, right?"
I think so.
Okay. Well, this was yours. I will give this back to you. This, I am imagining, is going to be a hell of a lot better at cutting anything than any of our weapons otherwise would be.
Only one way to find out.
Is that a
Mara
threat, Mara?
whispers,
Are you
"There can only be
threatening me? Mara staring at Zurzan activating the blade. Only one way to find out.
Dun, 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 dun.
Okay. You know how like when a parent will like go somewhere with their kid and their kid sees something they like really want to go do, and then they like look up at their mom with that face of like, "Please, can I go?" Yeah, that's the face Zurzan's giving you. She's like looks out at the warehouse and then just looks up at you with that face.
Just to say, by the way, when you passed that hilt back to Mara, did you close the battery door, or did you leave it open?
I mentioned that she put it back in there, like put the battery in, closed it, locked it up.
Oh, did you touch the battery?
No, I didn't touch the battery. I just kind of gave it a once over. You drop the mag out of a handgun to check the ammo capacity before you just put it back in. That's basically what that was.
Okay, as you are observing it, you can actively see the water vapor in immediate proximity of it, either turning immediately to frost or actually turning into snowflakes.
Interesting. Very interesting.
And it feels like if, as you're kind of looking at it, if your hand is like close to it, it actively feels nearly 20 degrees colder.
Yes, the forbidden cube of absolute zero.
Dude, that's how we'll beat him. That's how we'll beat Calvin. The absolute zero cannon.
Wait, so you're
Just
saying
freeze
he's a
him.
perfect ice cube?
Finally, I've been waiting
Yeah,
for
really?
ice cubes to be invented.
Freeze ray! Freeze ray! Freeze ray!
Yes. Put the cube in your drink if you want your drink to be chemically altered on an atomic level due to how
Okay.
cold it is.
Okay, Lana. Wow, okay. First, we're not allowed to call these bombs. Now we're not allowed to use these as ice. Alright.
I mean, hey, we're allowed to do both of those things. We just won't like the consequences.
You know what? I'm willing to use these as IQs for science and see what happens when we're down like 10 like down the liquid. At least it would probably survive it.
Lana, does the do the batteries so happen to look like this?
Hold on. Where'd
General.
Oh, that looks so familiar. What do I know that from?
No. Honestly, I like mentally, I've been basing them more off of the Tesseract from Captain America.
Oh, well. You did equate it to looking like the deer black boxes a little bit. I was just making... I was making a joke. Never mind. The joke has been ruined.
Unfortunate.
That's the absolute zero freezing bullet that the crazy captain guy in Promare shoots Leo with.
Oh,
Oh,
Then I have no idea what I was thinking.
oh, now I recognize it. Okay. Okay. Oh, dang, that would have actually been kind of neat. Oh well. Too late now.
Ruin. Anyway.
Now we have to weaponize this by building Mecha Tiamat to fight Tiamat with the absolute zero cannon.
Tiamat's not even an antagonist in this campaign, but we see her out just to kill her with a giant robo-dragon.
just to prove that
No,
we can.
you know what, Lana?
Just to do it.
You know what, Lana? Zerzan walked into this facility with like a medieval mech that like operates with like rope and pulleys and stuff. I feel like she's going to like take like a month of downtime and walk out with like a fully functional nuclear powered Gundam.
This whole thing is like
so
the
primitive as to use nuclear.
this whole thing is like the it's the technology jump level of fucking humans in the Mass Effect, finding the relays and then discovering other species and then space war. The Turians are here. The Turians are shooting at us.
I hate a lot from here.
Same.
All right.
I'm gonna
Anyway.
Force you guys into it one of these days. Anyway. Unless Mara has anything else to say, Zerzan is basically just gonna sprint off, cackling like a little maniac, into this warehouse. For knowledge and learning.
And definitely
fun.
not war crimes.
Not yet.
When asked about the war crimes,
But
bleh.
Listen, it's not a war crime yet, alright? It'll become a war crime when I'm done.
It's only a war crime if you lose.
Dang. True though.
It's only a war crime after the first time it's used. So make it count.
Don't make it count. Anyway, that's moving on.
yeah.
We keep getting sidetracked.
Yeah. Yeah. When you make that face, and you see Mara just get just the slightest smile on her face. It's like, just go ahead. Do what you need.
Jumps off the catwalk. Just plummets 70 feet to the ground.
She lives with
Shame
the
she doesn't
sheer
have
determination
Featherfall.
of her excitement.
E-pose falls right to the ground.
Actually, hold on.
Knees don't even buckle on landing.
You're You're an artificer. Can't you cast Featherfall?
If I can, I don't think I have it prepared.
Fall.
Honestly, do you want to just cast it for the lols? Like, if it's on your spell list.
I mean, if you're just gonna give it to me, if you're just gonna let me do that, yeah, I can cast Featherfall at first level.
We're in downtime. You've got everything prepared. Just don't ask.
Yeah, honestly, I'm gonna let you just cast it for the lols.
Just gives Mara a thumbs up. Swan dives off the catwalk.
You just hear the Monster Hunter potion sound effect, and then you just yeet.
The Helldivers music as she just plummets straight down.
Oh, wait. It's the fucking God of War meme where he walks off the cliff.
Oh, that's so much better.
And down you go, plummeting into the absolute treasure trove of the unfathomable alien technology. Honestly, you know what? Roll me 2d100s.
Me?
Yeah.
What? Okay. Okay. I never roll D100s. One's an 80, one's a 60.
Okay. You end up landing in a corner. That was like from your vantage point was actually one of the least visible sections, but it is one of the areas that has the tarped over vehicles.
Okay.
This is quite a large thing. Do you pull the tarp off?
Of course. Very ecstatically at that.
There's an Eldritch God underneath. You take 1500 psychic damage.
There's a mind flayer hiding under there. Eats my brain.
Oh, dang, bro, that's a nutritious brain.
But yes, she will work very, very frantically to pull the tarp off.
Okay. What you see is it is a fairly long, not too long, it's about maybe 14 feet in length, which I mean, compared to your small stature, is quite a large thing. It's a very angular device, pointed at one end and slightly wider at the opposite. On the wider end, there seems to be what look like funnels, maybe? But, like, not necessarily. They have points of actuation on them. And there's what you'd have to guess are wings, maybe? They're not pointed in the right direction. They're pointed forwards, as opposed to pointed backwards or straight out, as a bird's might be. There's also, very curiously, wings that point both up, like straight up from the top and down. There does appear to be some place for someone to be seated. There's a point of entry that's visible on the top, and one as well on the bottom, where you see a small platform that is connected to the top.
I get in.
Climbing onto this small platform, you find that it does not immediately turn on, and it's at this point that your small weevil runs over to you.
What is boy?
Your small weevil, like kind of waves his little spidery leggies, and sort of he kind of thinks like looks like he's thinking for a second, and then kind of takes his little manipulators that extend from the tip of one leg and makes the shape of a little cube, and then kind of like points at an empty slot on the little platform.
I don't think Zerzan has any full batteries on her right now, so she is going to like sprint over to one of those crates that she found of just tons of them.
Grabbing like a handful. You notice that these aren't quite that incredible cold. They feel about room temp. Upon placing it in the empty slot, you see that this platform lights up and a console becomes visible to you with several buttons.
So, because this is bigger and has more potential for death and destruction, she's gonna take her time with this one a little more. I'm gonna inspect these buttons in this console and see if I can make out what any of it says. Or at least what it does.
I'll tell you that two of them, their purpose appears quite clear. One looks like it goes up, the other looks like it goes down. There are 3 more. Those are a little more obtuse, and you will be rolling Arcana if you want to attempt to inspect those.
Okay. 24.
Okay. You are able to discern that one of them is some kind of like a lockout. Tapping it, the lights turn off, but like the console still seems to respond to you being there. And if you press it again, all of the lights as before turn back on.
Am I rolling a check for each of these buttons?
You absolutely can if you want to precisely find out what each one of them does.
Good word. Why do I always only get high rolls on stuff that I have a massive modifier to? I don't need rolls this high. I have a plus 12 to Arcana. One of them's a 31.
Good heavens.
I rolled a nat 19 on that one. And the other one is a 27.
Okay. You find, like, you kind of are thinking about it, and then, you think a little further, and it comes to your attention that as you're kind of studying the flow of the device, that there is like a little like microphone or something, some sort of an input output just above it, and this is like an intercom, almost working like a message spell, but spoken, that lets you actually speak to somebody or something that is inside this vessel. The last option is something of an like you press it after you get an idea of what it is, and it turns out that it is this. It activates a defensive like cylinder shield encompassing you and this little elevator.
All right. Well, for now, she is going to simply take the lift up. Very happily having sussed out what all of these buttons do. She is going to take the lift up, I imagine, because that is how one would enter this thing. So that is what she's going to do.
And enter you do, finding yourself in a section of this that is lit only by the light of this elevator. It's a relatively cramped space. We're talking like this is the contents of 2 tool lockers, like sandwiched together for operating space. Though 2 very large tool lockers at that. Now, for you, this is actually quite roomy. But it's easy to deduce that for a creature of more average or larger size, this would be difficult. Wandering through, using the light of the elevator, you find there's like a sleeping space, there's like storage for something, there's like a little lavatory area, there's a little food prep area. This is some sort of a tiny vessel for longer operations. And heading towards the front, you find that there is a room with a pair of chairs, one right behind the other.
She'll take the forwardmost seat. Before that, I'm just asking this to gauge like terms of size. So it is a vessel large enough to have like a sleeping area. Is there only like one sleeping area? Is there enough space? I see there's 2 seats. Is there enough room for 2 people?
Yes, there is enough for 2 people.
So you mentioned this thing has like wings and stuff. I'm going to, just for the sake of my brain, I'm going to imagine this thing looks like an airplane of some sort. Would the fuselage then be like sort of the size of a longer semi cab? Because semis are outfitted for similar purposes to like, have beds and stuff in it for long drives. I'm just trying to get a gauge of size.
So those are laid out like, width-wise. These are laid out lengthwise. So they're like on one wall, and opposite them is like the little cooking and prep area, so that, they can fit it in a smaller, width-wise space.
Okay.
You ever watched Spy Kids?
I know I have, but it's been so long that if you reference anything specific, I'm gonna have no idea what you're talking about.
Darn, because the little submarine that they show in that film is a pretty good analogy for the amount of physical space present.
Only thing
Oh,
I
that's
remember is the machine that gives you McDonald's.
I mean, hey, you gave me a reference. It's something I can look up. Oh, okay, that's not too bad. I see.
Yeah.
Perfect.
But you see how I mean, like it's arranged like to cut down on width space as much as possible.
So are the 2 seats? The 2 seats they're not side by side. One's forward and one's back.
Correct.
Okay, I'm gonna
very similarly to how they are in the F4 Phantom.
Okay, I am going to take a seat in the forwardmost chair.
Alrighty. From where you sit, it's pretty comfy. It's not quite suited for your size, and you can see by the divines, that's a lot of buttons.
Puts her hand on the console and just starts swiping it side to side over.
Well, hey, it's turned off, so presently that's not going to do anything. So, yeah. You hear clicky key sounds.
So, okay, so these are like physical buttons then, because part of me, this is obviously like future tech. I'm partly imagining like holographic displays, but these are physical buttons.
Yes. Notably, they do not seem arranged for someone with two hands.
That is hardly surprising. Susan just had an idea for something else to build. Koga, you should have just said that. That's so funny. She just grows 2 more arms. Just sprouts 2 more arms.
We're gonna wake up and Lisa and like Zer's is like in the middle of making like 2 more prosthetics in this draft to herself.
Oh man. Well, she is going to do her best with the her smaller size in this area. That's clearly for bigger people, and also having less arms than this seems to require. She's going to just sort of slowly work her way through things to try to figure out how to turn it on and then go from there.
After you kind of begin pressing around at different things, you feel a soft tug at one leg.
Looks down.
Weevil, who then kind of makes the shape of a cube again, kind of points towards the back.
Grabs one of the several batteries that she had taken and heads back there.
Small Weevil stands up, like, sort of scrabbles up the wall a little, stands up on 2 hind legs, and kind of grabs at a lever, and it appears to be a manual actuation lever, and pulls it, and a array of 7 slots for these batteries sort of extends out of the wall. You remember in Star Wars Episode 1, the way the droid deployer. I'm suddenly blanking on what those things are actually called.
Oh, yeah, the like front opens up and the rack of folded up droids slides out and then they all like unfold and deploy onto the battlefield, the like troop carrier things.
Yeah. Sort of the same idea, and it presents these slots, like one sort of facing directly towards you, and then 6 others to the left and right. 3 on the left, 3 on the right, so 7 total.
All right. Well, she is going to start putting these batteries in these slots, and if she is not holding 7 batteries on her, she will run to grab more and try to get this thing going.
So yeah, Mara, like as you're watching up there, you've seen Zerzan disappear for a few minutes, and then you hear just this as you
Oh
see,
my gosh.
Zerzan like scampering, head first into a crate, rummaging around. You see the glow of the batteries, and then scamper.
Ugh. Beautiful.
And then you see this vehicle after Zers has ridden the elevator up, you see this vehicle come to life, and you see it shudder. Something else noticeable is, you do not see any dust come off of this device, because there isn't any on it, despite having sat here for however long. And you then see this vessel rise off the ground at least a foot and hover in place as several operational lights blink to existence and illuminate the small space around it. The door on top closes, and Zers, when you next enter what you now understand to be the pilot's section, what you thought to just be empty walls are now a perfect 360-degree above, behind, in front of, and below you view of the entire space. And as you sit down, it's kind of like you're just sort of floating in the middle of it. And by some weird optical quality, you can't see the consoles unless you're actively thinking about them. Like, the moment they come to mind, and you actively think them, they're visible to you. The moment you try and pay attention to something that ought to be past them, it's like they're invisible to your senses. So it's like you can freely see through the consoles and yet at them, kind of at will.
Is it possible to see inside of the cockpit from the outside?
No.
Okay. I was just curious.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
And, due to your mechanical knowledge, you'd basically guess, I'm sitting at a point where physically I shouldn't even be able to view from some of these angles.
so,
You're sort of sat center line. Go ahead.
Zerzin just, kind of after all of this, settles in, into her brain and she realizes what's going on, she just, throws her hands up in the air and just, lets out a loud shout of just celebration. And immediately starts paying attention to the consoles and the different options and buttons and levers and switches and all of that stuff to try to figure out what all of them do. And she is restraining herself because she really wants to get this thing moving, but she also knows she doesn't have the requisite number of limbs to operate it properly, and she doesn't really want to crash this thing.
Let it be also in this stated here that as you are looking at all of these buttons, this is in a language that you have never before witnessed.
Okay.
Oh yeah, we need to feed her one of the cubes.
What?
Hold
What?
up. Hold up.
That was so good. Set out of memorable words. Go.
Alright.
What? Feed her one of the cubes? The cold fusion cubes?
No. Different, equally important cube.
I've only been made aware of the existence of one cube. I wasn't aware there were more. So at that, Zerzin will reluctantly turn it off because she realizes she can't operate it efficiently. She doesn't want to do anything too rash and damage anything, but she at least got this far, which is a big deal. So she's gonna just shut it off, let it touch down, and she'll come back to that later when she can.
As you do climb off of the pilot's seat, you see your little weevil, who, like, he does the jumping spider thing, where he raises both of his front legs straight up in the air, and then he starts clapping them together for you.
I'm gonna pick Weevil up and hug him. Pat him on the head, tell him he's a good boy.
He kind of goes up.
He makes astromech sounds. Okay. But yeah, that is where I'll leave it. Sorry for kind of hijacking the campaign there, guys.
No, you're good.
Alrighty. Yeah, Mara, when next you see Zers climbing back up to the level of the catwalk, it looks like Zers might have just taken a dose of straight cocaine by the level of excitement and everything.
Getting wired.
Enjoy yourself.
You can tell she opens her mouth and you can tell she wants to just go on a ramble. And she takes a deep breath and she's like, yes, very much so.
Go ahead.
Go ahead? What do you mean?
Tell me whatever you want to say.
And then for the sake of brevity, she will just start rambling everything out ridiculously quickly. Constantly stumbling over her own words and stuttering over and over again. Every once in a while she seems to devolve into speaking in Goblin before she catches herself and then wraps back around to speaking a language you can understand. And essentially just describes everything that just happened.
As her rambling is coming to a close, she's gonna look over to Squiggy. Do we have any more of those? She points to her mouth. Those cubes.
Ah, indeed. We are in possession of course, numerous crates thereof. Shall I procure one?
Did we give one to Gavin at any point, or?
Gavin did eat one at one point.
Okay. Then. Two of them.
Squiggy makes a nod forward, and he jumps into the air. You see four of his legs splay out. You see jets deploy from the tips of those four, and you see the remaining pointing backwards and the jets extending from them, and he propels through the warehouse, crossing easily 3 miles of its distance. Faster than you thought things could move.
He ascends. He poses and ascends.
Save the world. My final message. Goodbye.
And within minutes' time, he is back at your side, and a little manipulator arm pops up out of his back, rotates into an upright position, holding 2 of these little cubes. These are literally about the size of those little, like, toy magnet cubes that come with ferrofluid.
Alright. Mara will take them. Hey Zers, eat this. And she tosses one over.
Roll dexterity to catch. Oh no, it slips through the grates.
Nope, there falls 70 feet.
That's okay. I have another cast of Feather Fall.
The cube fell in a box full of the power cubes.
So I gotta eat all of them. She's just gonna like sit there and hold it in her hand and give you the probably the most confused look you've ever seen anyone give you. And she's like, can you run that by me again? What?
Eat it.
Eat it.
Yes. In your mouth. Don't worry, it dissolves.
She like
Dissolves
raises it.
you.
Don't worry, Virgin. Don't worry,
It's
Virgin.
battery acid.
Listen, Patrick, don't worry, there's me and Gideon ate one and we both came out fine.
So, anyway, she's just gonna like bring it up and sniff it, and then like hold it away, look at it, turn it over in her hand a couple times, and then just shrugs and just tosses it in.
The moment that it fully contacts your tongue and you process that it is there, about as fast as the nerve signal reaches your brain, you feel this chill sensation pass throughout the entirety of your cells, and immediately you are made aware of a very... Oh golly, what's a good analogy? All right. You've played the original Armored Core. You're familiar with like how much visual information like is just available to you,
Yes.
right? That.
Whoa. Is that like... You mentioned that. So is that like manifesting in my vision is like HUD elements, or I just
Yes.
sort of... Okay. Is that like... Is that always there? Is it only showing up when I'm looking at certain things?
You get the sensation that that is basically up to your determination.
Okay, well, as much as she is marveling over that from a, you know, magical and technical standpoint, having a bunch of information constantly interface is a little much. She's gonna try to focus on kind of only what is the most important to know, but
Oh no!
It's-
In-game ads.
disregard anything else. God damn it, Mara, you gave me Neuralink.
Incidentally, Mara, it is at this point that I should remind you that you can communicate via these cubes as well.
Oh.
So, yeah, you can literally like Skype call Zers.
Well.
What's up,
boop, boop,
bestie?
boop, boop. Is it like instant communication, like the sending stones, or do I have to like call her? She has to pick up.
Did you save my contact information?
All three. The third being, you can tune it basically like the codec of Metal Gear, and get more instantaneous, more direct communication to somebody.
Okay. Okay.
So you've kind of got all three options.
Okay. Then yeah, Lisa or Zerzan, oh, also you can do this in your mind.
It's not even just like necessarily in your mind. You hear Mara's voice, kind of like you do your own head voice.
Oh, that's disturbing.
Roll.
Does this come with a visual element?
No.
Okay. She looks really confused at first. And she slowly nods as she's kind of figuring it out. She's like, okay. Does this have any range on it as far as you can tell? That might be a DM question.
What did you say?
Zerzan wants to know if this method of communication has any sort of range.
Does it?
Find out.
Mara shrugs.
Understood. Can figure that out later. All right. All right.
Anyways, we should probably get back to the others.
You can see her like look out of the corner of her eye over at the ship thing. She's like, okay.
Come on, Zerzan, time to go home.
I don't wanna. No.
Zerzan looking wistfully at the ship. Bye-bye, Shipkun, my beloved.
I will be back, my love.
Interesting. Actually, hold on. So, real quick, roll Arcana for when you do look at the ship.
Me?
Yeah. We're just gonna do this real fast.
23.
Nice. I'll type something out to you. The rest of y'all can return to the group.
Understood.
Oh. Oh, yeah,
Again, sorry for hijacking the campaign, guys.
No, you're good. You're good. You're good. Lord knows I've done enough of that myself. But I also probably should have mentioned this earlier. Whenever she had a moment of privacy, Mara did change into the new outfit she got. still wearing the maid outfit underneath for the magic protection. But yeah, return back to the others.
I'm just going to assume that Gavin taught Mara a version of teleportation circle so that they can use the teleport.
I mean, at the very least, Zers would be able to suss out how to use it.
It is a 5th level spell.
Zerzin has big brain. She can figure it out.
Alrighty.
I'll just
So,
assume
yeah.
Gavin showed them both the notes.
Lisa having an existential crisis and stripping naked. Go!
So I had asked if I could roll religion or arcana, those tattoos.
Yeah, well, I'll actually let Koga be the determiner of that one. Which Koga, mute check, by the way.
Hello, 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 hello.
Hello.
Well, I'm pretty sure these are specifically a more religious thing. I'm not sure about the. I'll ask you about one thing here. Blah blah blah. Looking PM. Womp womp.
Womp womp.
You dare womp womp me?
Yes.
You come into my house and you womp me?
You come into my house, suck my dick, and call me gay?
That's one of my favorite memes ever.
Just waiting for the clarification, and then I'll tell you. Yippee!
Woohoo!
Anyway, one more second. So I know one thing for sure is a blah blah. No. Religion then.
Hmm.
It would be primarily religion, I think.
5.
5. Oof. For both?
For the religion check, am I rolling another check?
You would probably be rolling another religion check because they're two different things that would fall under that category, I believe.
Oh, well, the other one's a 20.
All right, call it. What do you want to know about the tattoo or the mark? Or is it a mark? Let me double check. Oh no! Sorry, it's not a thing. With a 20, that tattoo, the one on Lisa Soder, the tattoo, the one of that sort of smiling dragon face, the one that sort of looks out of place. This is not a usual religious symbol. This is not a mundane tattoo. This is a sort of curse. They are based off a curse. This is a sort of symbol of one of the leading gods the Drow worship. A sort of mockery of the first curse placed upon her, twisted into a sort of blessing. Usually considered quite taboo, and Lisa is almost desperately sort of holding her hand over it, sort of not quite longingly, but checking to make sure it's still there, making sure it's still intact, so to speak. This is technically an aberrant dragon mark, through dragons don't have anything to do with it.
Ah.
Mechanically speaking, lore speaking, it is something entirely different.
If you want to sign any more thing with that 20, I don't know how much it would did, if it wouldn't did like everything. Go on and add, Lana.
So with the 20, you specifically are aware that this is a mark of power. This is a powered tattoo. And you to be aware that people have been executed for having those.
Including
So that's
Lisa.
a little unusual.
Yeah, Lisa was a ghost the whole time.
Gavin will remember that.
Yes, blackmail material.
Sort of after like a few seconds of this sort of filling it up, just sort of placing her palm over the shoulder, Lisa sort of does this odd gesture of rubbing her neck before the sort of shaking her head. All right.
I'm sorry, I didn't know that place would be that frightening for you.
I have spent my entire life in the service of the deities. To feel that connection break, if even for a moment, is nothing but anathema to my entire purpose in life. And as she's saying this, she's sort of rolling back her sleeves, sort of like fixing her dress, fixing her shirt, so it now covers the tattoo once more.
I see it runs a bit deeper than what you've let on. But that's not my place to ask anything right now.
Yeah.
I just hope that whatever it is, you come to trust us with it later.
Yeah. Sorry. So then I started saying and start donning her armor back. She seems quite uncomfortable without it on. For now, increasingly more obvious reason. Another layer of security to hide that taboo.
I would suggest for resting, possibly simply thicker clothing.
Yeah. Yeah.
And we'll have time to rest.
Seems to go to say something, sort of falters for a moment, and then sort of pauses. Sort of sighing. How old are you, Davin? Not including that time prison or whatever, physically.
Well, not including the 150 years there? Well, it's hard to say. It was difficult to keep track of the first few years out in the Forgotten Isles. But best I can guess is around 32.
32? Younger than me. Would Lisa know if tieflings live longer than...
Um,
Yeah.
that leads me to a question. Has Lisa ever actually studied much of tiefling culture?
Probably not, unless it came up in religious studies, which it might have.
I mean, not particularly, so you'd have no real reason to know.
I have a favor to ask upon you.
Name it.
I am sort of paused for a moment. I don't think I have many years left of being as able-bodied as I am. And should the time come where I start reaching the frailty of old age, could you take care of the boy on my behalf? Give him the training he deserves.
If I'm alive in that day, you have my word.
I have a feeling I'm more likely to die before you, I'm afraid. Not exactly
I'm
the most.
afraid that neither of us have any way to tell that one way or the other, given our line of work. Mine especially. Gavin pulls out an object from his bag of holding. It's covered in... It's like a little chest locket kind of thing, and it's absolutely covered in little and carved into it. I was with the former king of Val's nation when I claimed this from a lich that we killed. Things like that were on the regular for about 10 years for me. Before that, I was a forsaken pirate. I have more than a few other trophies. I'm not trying to say that I'm capable. Just that I've seen a lot. Because of that, I'm very, very acutely aware of the fact that we could die at any moment here. Especially after what we just witnessed a couple of days ago. I know Mara probably hates me right now, but if I hadn't have sent her into a little pocket dimension for a moment, she'd be dead too. And there would be nothing we could do to get her back. I will keep my promise to you if I am alive. But let's make sure, to the best of our ability, that it doesn't have to come to that.
So
And
something odd.
Gavin puts a hand on her shoulder. Let's keep each other alive. That's why I'm here. I don't want to see another person die. Not while I can
Lisa,
help it.
is it, Lisa sort of pauses for a moment before sort of shaking her head. Seeing, yeah, keeping people alive is one of the few things I'm good at. I guess it comes with the territory, considering my old occupation. I have a confession to make. You mentioned you were a pirate.
Indeed. Admittedly, I was a pirate who lived off of pirating and killing other pirates, but was one less.
My devotion to the gods is something I have been keeping up for the last 40 or so years. My devotion is so deep, so true, I have waged war for them. For the last 30 or so years, most of my life, I've been simply a soldier. Not the most glamorous job, not the most glamorous of roles. I'm not sure I'm going to make a capable mentor for the boy. Acting as a bodyguard, acting as a blade for you guys' behalf is the one thing I know I can do well. I might need your help leading him into a better path than I could.
I understand. I don't know where our paths will take us, but we'll be sure that we find that boy something good. Something better than what any of us have had.
So something odd. Thank you, Devin. I should likely inform the others about my own profession. It might not come up, but there is ever so slightly the likelihood it would.
It's
I
possible.
just hope we stay clear of that continent, of that part of the country.
We shall see. But if we do have to go to the places that you fear, it's never about where we go. It's about what we do. The journey is what matters. That's what shapes what makes you. And whatever you did or decided to do in the past, you're in the present now. You're deciding what you do now and for the future. You need not let your past define you.
Well, I still have a divine mission to do, so divine mission to carry out. True. Regardless, I would serve this role to the best of my ability. And Gavin, I apologize for my misjudgment, shall we say, back then.
There's no need to apologize. To most people, I seem like a fool. For most people, believe me when I say that's intentional.
Lisa don't very simply nod at that.
In my profession, it's hard to trust anyone. So the only people who should know you are the people closest that you trust most. I'll admit I didn't exactly trust you all that much when you first appeared. Suddenly. But you were sent by one who was once our friend, whom I would still call a friend, whom I have forgiven. I trust you implicitly. I hope to earn that amount of trust from you sometime soon.
So simply not. Oh, speaking of which, the formless fop, Gideon, she sort of corrects herself halfway through, has delivered upon you all goods. So be within your belongings.
So I noticed, and I pulled a strange glass eye bucket.
It's not exactly the most creative deities, I'm afraid.
I think I shall find a use for it. And he pockets it again.
So simply nod. Thank you, Davin. Now, if you'll excuse me, I think I'll spend some time with the boy.
Indeed. I should probably go and check on the others. I'm sure Zerzin is having a blast. I just hope it's, a good blast and not a literal one.
I'm sure Zerzin is having a blast. The entire warehouse explodes.
How big of a blast? About 18 kills.
I'm sure she's having a blast. They just see like a nuclear eruption from where they are on the ship.
I'm sure she's having a blast. Boom!
Let's consider that if all the contents of the warehouse were to explode, elves would suddenly become an endangered species.
Gavin will give Lisa a reassuring pat on the back, as much as he can reassure, and leave her to her devices and go back to the teleportation circle.
And Lisa herself will simply head back to the boy, possibly running into the group, depending.
Passes by Zers and she just throws up like gang sign. Hey yo, what's up, bro?
So, but yeah, Lisa will would indeed move towards was a go to festival again. Possibly running into Mara and Dur, depending if they're returning by then. Actually, wouldn't Gavin be the first to find them within this like jump sharing him from the portal?
Probably. He goes to the portal. They're already there. What up?
Pink woman jump scare.
It's not over until the pink lady sings.
All right. I will actually say, let's go ahead and call it here.
I was thinking
Yippee!
exactly
Given
the
that
same
we are
Mm-hmm.
indeed at a good ending point.
All right. Well,
I assume we'll have a couple more sessions of calm before disaster strike.
The next few sessions is gonna be like Lisa like training the hell out like to turn him into a figure out why the fuck he was sold as a special slave.
Zerzan actually does blow up the fucking facility. Now it's now it's Fallout, bitches. Get ready.
The next 3 sessions is just Gavin and Zerzin reverse engineering alien tech and becoming warlords. We're coming, Galvin!
Gundams all around. Everyone gets a Gundam.
You get a Gundam! You get a Gundam! Ah!
I probably won't do it. I'm just this tech is godless. Why the fuck would I use this? No deity played a hand in this invention. It's worthless.
All right. Well, everyone watching, I hope that you had a wonderful time. As a reminder, we play every other Friday, mostly,
Theoretically.
from
You.
theoretically 7:30 p.m. CST to about 11 p.m. theoretically. So
Theoretically.
So, yeah, hope to catch you there, and the entire series is available as VODs there's a playlist, or you can just go to the live section, and it's basically the only thing I stream, really, but yeah, I hope you enjoyed. Goodbye!